the sun again as soon as this dreary night ends. Don't wanna go down like this. My head's in a place that I don't miss. So ugly, so grumpy, sleeping in the meantime, just stay comfy. Once everything's said and done, I know I'll be okay, I will overcome. I'm hoping, I'm coping, I'm here. I remember last year when I was alone in my bed, unhappy thoughts in my head, and living silently inside. Just keeping on to myself. Wish I could be somewhere else. Back when I could only hide. It's so late in the night. My mind is drifting away. Then I dream about times I wished for a new, happier day. If a hand could reach out right now and save my life somehow, I'll face the sun again as soon as this dreary night ends. It's so late in the night. My mind is drifting away. Then I dream about times I wished for a new, happier day. If a hand could reach out right now and save my life somehow, I'll face the sun again as soon as this dreary night ends. I'll face the sun again as soon as this dreamy night ends. Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're devil. We can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside. So there won't be no fear tonight.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? How are peoples? There's like no way to make my hair not pop up, poop up like crazy. We gotta live with it. Anyway, we are playing patch 6. I need a dust. Patch 6.2 of Final Fantasy. So there you go. I don't know why that wasn't working there for a second. Alrighty. I don't remember where I'm putting my thing. I'll figure it out. So last we left off, we had encountered Vitra, who notified us that he was guarding a void gate. Now, we haven't heard about the void sent in a little while now, which means that we have new lore upon the horizon. Now, I've been informed there is a lot of void sent lore when it comes to the Reaper and the Dark Knight and the something else that I don't remember. So we'll probably be tackling that as well at some point in the future. But for now, we're gonna try to figure out kind of what this void gate is. I think we're also going. I think the characters, however, want to, I guess, avoid it for the moment. Stola's gonna do some research on it while we go and figure out some other stuff that we're doing first. So I'm gonna dive into that. Alright. This is Vitra, also known as Varshan in his child human form. Interesting. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Ah, yeah, that's right. We went in there because we thought there was a treasure, not a void gate. We thought there was a treasure, and we were trying to take it for the people of Thavnir because they're on hard times. Only to discover that it's treasure that Vitra has been building up for a long time, and has actually been planning on using due to recent events from Endwalker. So let's see. If we were to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satraps directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. I'm also the hero of the entire world, and people know that. I feel like that's also pretty intimidating. More metal. You are to visit Akiali and Vedelmad. And I don't remember how to pronounce it. Yedlemad? Yedlemad? Speak with Matsia and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you to do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Yes, sir. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. I should, like, look up a video on how to do the, like, do an Indonesian Indian accent. And I guess which dialect they use. I don't know how much they researched when they made these areas, so I don't know if they're just throwing balls to the wall on the dialects here. I don't even know if it's Indian actors. These people could very well be English people or Americans trying to do an Indian accent. I would not know. I need to gather some mounts. That'll probably be a more chill stream in the future, or an off-camera thing at the very least. Gathering mounts, because it's kind of a boring thing to watch, if we're being very honest. Akiali. Am I doing the thing again? Oh, more metal. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You have finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs. Well, I suppose Karzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together the best we can. Doing a little bit of information gathering. So, this village isn't super doing super bad, but they are struggling in the sense of finding buyers. I'm assuming due to the chaos of literally the rest of the world, that's why they've been having so much trouble. Honestly, I'm assuming 7.0 is going to be a lot about contacting that southern continent, and that's probably where they're going to have the most amount of, like, fixing the world. I don't think the southern continent is doing well. Southern continent. So the southern continent, I don't think is doing super well. But I do think that they are probably in a space where if we, the Eorzean Alliance, Thavnair, Sharlayan, Garlemald, what's left of Garlemald, and Girabanya, if they were all kind of like band together and connect to the southern continent, I'm assuming they'd be able to figure some things out. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit... Oh, they probably don't have that accent. Whatever. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Omra Lassie. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonderful wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Still not turning a profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps on the street. How fares the sport? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's a little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Karzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Well, that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. You've spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding of the... The sun has decided to blast me with light. With key local figures and gain an understanding of the populace's hardships. Varshan awaits your report at Megaduta. I need to reteach myself exactly how like the glamour chest and the armory chest work, because I don't remember. And I do like my outfit, but I do think I should start restyling a little bit here soon. But I have no memory on how to do that. I just haven't done it in so long. Wait, why don't I just... Can't I just use this one? Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it. I didn't like that. Ugh. Try that again. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can still be startling, to say the least. I'll figure it out at some point. And there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand were unanimous in the reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they preserved with some assistance from Yedlmod. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers, and the like. I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palaka's stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far in between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated. Its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacle to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali and Yedlmad? Well, Akiali's also just surviving, and Yedlmad, all the same. They need buyers. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we must first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlmad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. More metal, Estinian. I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Something tells me this isn't going to go well. Whenever it comes to politics in this game, there's always, like, two greedy people, and then, like, one indignant person who just, like, doesn't know when to shut up. Every time.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrant. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware.
Anyone tell me if the game's too loud or too quiet. Okay. They're on board.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Dude. I mean, taxes are just a discussion that's not really in my ballpark, even if I was actually this character, for a multitude of reasons. It's weird because it's like this is a situation in which you have so many people that are affected by it, right? You have so many people who do need the coin just as much as the economy and even the government needs the coin. But when it comes to wayward children, in my experience, the worst thing you can do is to leave them alone to their own devices. To focus on the systems outside of the kid. To focus on the systems rather than the benefit of the kid is a folly. Because, and let me explain, because I understand that the systems, a lot of systems are designed to help these people. But when you focus only on the efficiency of a system, you get things like the American education system, or even the education system in the world. The education system of the world couples the mass of children in the world with a handful of moderately trained to sometimes well-trained individuals overseeing a selection of 20 to 30 kids at a time. Sometimes in smaller schools, it's like 5 to 10. And then has them repeat the same hashed up, processed lecture over and over and over again. And in doing so, I believe personally creates a very strong sense of disdain with the students. When I was growing up in school, there was a constant irritation with what I was being taught, how I was being taught it, what I had to do after I was taught it, just to see if my memorization skills were good. Not my creative problem solving, not critical thinking, nothing. They would use essays for that, but the essays rules were so, both at the same time, restrictive and so free flowing that you could just make up utter nonsense for 2 pages, double spaced, and get away with it. Tests were just memorization, and I know I'm talking a lot about school, but that's where you spent most of your time. No one really actually looked out for you. They couldn't. Because they didn't have a lot of people. So, in terms of the option, it takes a village, it almost stands against what I dislike, right? It takes a stand that I appreciate. Because it's a question of who's there and how many people are there for a kid. It's a question of how the kid views the world. Someone can always learn mathematics and reading later in their life. Someone can always earn money later in their life. But people in third world countries, for example, or people in poverty outside of urban areas, typically, live a life of remote systems, off the grid. They're happy. Some of the happiest people in the world are the people who live in tribes, who live in simple communes, and even in Amish households. Not all the time, not every single one of them, but on average, way higher percentage than people who live in the modern world. So clearly it's not money that makes happiness. So, profits, taxes, as an American, no. It takes a village.
Of course. We must all look out for one another.
Although I admittedly don't know how this makes a solution. The other one at least adds some detail.
Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Gotta represent the man, Hazal. Yes.
Fitting candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Ishgard now. Not Ishgard like 4 DLCs ago. Let's go. Okay. Now, with most of the politics out of the way, I'm sure we'll probably start getting into more. Probably do a bit more. I'm assuming 6.2 is probably the lowest point of the patches. At least judging by this so far. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahawan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead your way, Excellency. That moment when you have to reword the line last second. Alrighty. Huh? I'm an idiot. I need to go tune to that right now. I can't believe I didn't have one here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I need to go do that immediately. What? Why do I not have one of them attuned? I feel like a goober now. It's back here, right? Oh, down here. Oh, whoa. This place is crazy. Yeah, I have never been down here. Alright, well, I guess Guntha is going to be a part of a quest or something. Ta-da! Alright, that should be everywhere. Bum, 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 bum.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
That would make sense. Pretty sure those were probably destroyed.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them.
Yes.
Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
Mm-hmm. I'm remembering. I was like, oh, whoa, what? See, watch this.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In
Uh-huh.
that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
What about it?
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first.
I think it was the structure of the spell, right?
The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical.
Wait, why are we talking to Graha about this one? Why would you never ask him about the structure of a spell, or to look at the devices he did it with?
Then what of the many void stones found in the source? Who guides them here?
Oh, that's a good point. Game is quiet. Good to know.
An excellent question.
Okay, I'm beginning to realize there is a hold on. You won't hear it for a second. I'm adding a filter onto it and bumping up the gain for about... Yeah, the audio stutter is when I swap screens. Because the audio is not continuing. Like, I can go back and forth on the screen. It's not like stuck to... My mouse is not stuck to the monitor. But it does have that problem. This might be a little loud now, but I bumped it up by 10 decibels. So let me tab back over. Alright. I'm going to play the next line, and let me know how it sounds. Compared to my voice, I'm going to talk over it.
Methods by which the void's denizens
Does
might
it
intrude
seem
upon our world. The rituals of summoning
that it's
are the most
balanced well?
typical.
Now, you give me your opinion. I'm going to clip and put that down in there and look at it myself. Okay, to me, that sounds a lot better. To me, that sounds a lot better. I'm gonna, it's a little, it's just a little much. I'm gonna drop it down like 1-ish decibel. Okay. That should be perfect. Because it's about as loud as my voice. I don't want anything to be as loud as my voice. I want it to be right under. Except for someone else's voice. In which case I do want that to be about as loud as my voice. Okay. Cool. Though there are several methods by which the void citizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. Okay.
For example, let us consider the gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
The gargoyle.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate.
Right.
The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
Okay. Some explanation on this is nice. So either because the exarch didn't use a focus to find
and just as
the
our
rest
bodies
of them.
remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
Okay. My favorite thing that this has done is confirm that the 13th is the Void. It is the Void. Like, I always thought that the 13th had been turned into a Void, but was not the Void. But the Void sent are straight coming from the 13th. That is where they're from. Secondly, this explains that when the Exarch pulled everyone else, first off, he didn't do it with a focus for everyone else. He was just grabbing people in the middle of that meeting, as well as a little bit later after the meeting. Because I think, what was it? It was Thancred who dropped first, and then it was Thancred, then it was No, it's Thancred, then Urianger, then Y'shtola, then the twins. And then we connected to them through touching the focus. And when we touched the focus, he was going for the warrior light. Yeah, I remember that. I remember he was missing. But that's what I'm saying, is he was trying to go for us, but he didn't have a focus. So he missed. But she's explaining that the gate is not big enough for them, which is why it pulls their soul. Which means that without the focus, and because he was doing the spell wrong, the reason he was pulling their souls is because his gate wasn't big enough, not just that he was missing. Because if his gate was big enough to pull people to the first, just like right off the rip, then Thancred would have been pulled all the way straight through. Same thing with Y'shtola, Urianger, Alphino, and Alice. All of them would have been pulled through, at least by this explanation. Which is why she's saying that since the gate is only big enough for an imp and not a gargoyle, because the physical size matters, they instead pull the soul over to the other side, which is what happened to them, because as she just said. So, I guess with the focus, which I'm assuming maybe she'll talk about that in a second, but I guess the focus and some other stuff, they're able to pull someone through better, but there's no focus on the other side in the void, I suppose. Well, let's just keep going. I like the visual explanations. That's helping. So they pull 3 souls through, and they put them.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit.
In the
In
gargoyle's case,
a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
interesting.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Which is crazy, because we know that the Asians were doing this. The Asians were pulling the void for a bit, but there's someone else doing it too.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
Probably because it was an almost convergence.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Yeah. I'm too stupid to know anyway.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Keep talking.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Wait, you know how like so the void is created by the same process that the light was turning the first. So I guess the fun question is who did the void who did the cloud of darkness used to be? Because they used to be people. But the cloud of darkness is like super powerful. And we know that like I think every single light warden was something or someone beforehand. Yeah. Yeah. Because it was like, you know, if you kill a light warden, you just turn into one. Which I just assumed that there was a specific person or thing that was picked for the original light wardens as well, in any replacements they had. So I assume the cloud of darkness was a dark warden at that point that we defeated. And the reason the cloud of darkness can't be killed is because it just gets replaced. Which, but by that functionality, we should have been taken over. But that's probably retcon. Anyway. Maybe it's the way we defeated them is a little bit different. Come in.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again,
You don't think he was actually
I put
killed?
my life in your ever-reliable hands.
Yeah, probably just suppressed.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Stop getting so close. I'm getting flustered. I might actually be blushing. I got a little too close for my comfort.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
And this one would. Unfortunately.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
The what?
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Huh.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
I don't remember.
Have you already forgotten Graha's debacle in Numenor?
Yes. I have no idea what we're talking about right now.
The restricted section where he was caught sneaking about. It may very well hold a copy of the Daimir's documentation.
Listen, we got in trouble with Charlian like so many times. I don't remember that.
In which case, I say we head directly to Charlian.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say this. I think I have an issue. Like, I remember a lot of things. Remember Graha reading? I do remember him reading in the trailer. I'm assuming that's where, but I don't remember happening in the game because it never showed that shot in game. You know. So. Oh. It's caught off camera. Yeah, but I don't remember like any of the conversations surrounding it, you know? I'm typically really good about remembering things when it comes to stories, like almost every detail. Especially if it was recent, and I would say wasn't a big deal. I would say I played Endwalker like a year or two ago. That's recent enough for me to remember, but I for some reason don't. Dude, I do this on my D&D campaigns. I can't remember like so many details about our D&D campaigns, and I feel bad about it because all my friends can. They're like, "Do you remember this character?" And I'm like, "No." "Do you remember this one?" "No." "Do you remember when your character?" Like even my own character. "They remember when you did this?" And I'm like, "No." I just don't remember it. Part of the reason is because we play late at night, and like I'm a visual person, so I'll remember things better if it's visual. But even still, it's like embarrassing. It's one of the reasons I've been concerned about my own campaign, is I'm going to forget something that happened in a previous session, so I'm just going to be like, wait, that continuity doesn't make sense, and I'll be like, oh. Ugh. But it's just been, ever since I jumped back on Final Fantasy, I don't remember anything that happened, dude. Much less the order of events. If I do remember, like, every scene, I will have it backwards on my head.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead.
Fair enough.
I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Alright. Hopefully he's not dead.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Alright. Oh, it's snowing. Was it always doing that here at night? I don't remember that being a thing. If we are to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we need to secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scarlark Monteschlane? Monteschlane? He did come to Groha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. With me, Stola. He's up this way. Can we Aetheryte travel together? I sure to God hope so. Thank goodness. What is this? I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Tea at the last stand. Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends, spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous and magical childhood nonetheless. Wait, so did I miss a bunch of text bubbles? I gotta go back. And then I gotta walk back. Hold on, now I'm just gonna teleport back. Or can I just go to like any location? She's got no bubble there. I don't wanna waste my time. I'm not gonna do that. Well, it's super big on the map. I feel like if there were more, I would see them. So I'm just gonna assume that's the only one. For now. Dude, there are so many side quests in this game. God knows where they lead. Now, I know that not even you have done all of them. Or most of them, for that matter. Which is a crazy thought. Like, what? Like, imagine I put my all into this game. Or even become, like, a streamer for it, right? And I just start doing, like, all of the character quests and, like, crafters. And just... all the class and crafter quests, get them all done, get all my relics, do all the story, and like eventually it's just like, well, I guess we'll do the side quests. It's like, imagine beating all of them. That would be crazy. Oh, I remember this guy. I do actually remember this dude. One of the few things I do remember. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scarlark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. But in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Oh, we're just trying to open a void gate a little wider so we can do this and that and figure out travel between worlds and nearly risk every life on Thavnir. It's fun. Huh. Fascinating. I had no such idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Sharlayan's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one. that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to present your request. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Well, thank you. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Well, time for the leveilleurs. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. Well, I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Levieur estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way into indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scarlark. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. Whatever you say, new villain. He wants to know some sus stuff. I'm telling you, he's a bad guy. That sweet old man is gonna kill us all! Someone is. I mean, like, literally almost every single DLC or set of patches, I swear on my life, that there is someone who's like, what if I was selfish? And then they nearly kill everybody. Every time. Without fail. Hello. Mistress Moametal, Mistress Y'shtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Excuse me. Well. Meliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Yes. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. So we're planning to risk the world again. Final Days Part 2. You know, classic stuff. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Monteshane expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, we'll not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones, and spent years in research to prevent it, Surely you must appreciate how painful such a separation may be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will aid your request to the list of today's deliberations, and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. Good luck, dude. What the hell is that over there? Well, well, well. One of these I forgot were a thing. This is another thing you could do, like, just for, like, no reason. No. Okay, apparently that isn't it. Nope. Nope. I don't remember how these work. I think it was me. It was lookout. Oh, yeah. Well, some of them weren't lookout. I remember like a couple of them were different, right? When I first did it, it was like, there were like some different ones or something. Maybe it's just like time of day or something, or maybe it's just not many people in Charlean, but it is strange to me the few amount of players here. So, what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlean, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that a student was the petitioner in question, well, no few numbers voiced their discontent. Then the Chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines. And it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, As I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Shalia needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you all for your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Bye-bye. Shall we? Away we go. Noom. I have missed this game. There was a longing feeling in my heart on playing this. I wish I had more time. But good news is I do have 2 3-day weekends coming up. So we'll get some stuff done during those weekends. As well as a couple other streams, because the new Overwatch season has a lot of new skins, and they look pretty cool. So, to think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadol III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. That's okay. Arcania Stola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. What? Oh, I think I know what that means. Why is it introing this like it's a dungeon? This is the restricted section?
If House Damir's notes are to be found anywhere,
This feels
it
a
will
little
be here.
loose.
Let us begin.
How are these even categorized? Why does it get wider up top? That makes it harder to use a ladder. Goofy. Is gonna Harry Potter scream at me? Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren. eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling, like a candle's flame threatening to flicker out in any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. That you're tempted to read more, this does seem to be the volume you're not seem to be the volume you're seeking. Epiphanies of House Daemir. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Daemir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlian Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. I look at the others. I should have looked around more, but there was no way out of that once I clicked on it. I just got lucky. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. There you go. Well done, Moemetal. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Daemir's resonance many times at the Great Work.
How does she read? She can't see. Are all the books in Braille? Does she know Braille? Does Braille exist in this world? You know what I'm saying, right? Like, she literally can't see. Like, they're all... Like, if she does see, it's like Daredevil, where they're all just, like, blobs, right? This just clicked as soon as she said ether signature. Maybe ink glows a different glow to her so she can read? I don't know. It's not very clear. This is a suspension of disbelief moment.
Was about.
This book is going to explode upon opening it. Or activate the Void Rift.
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
Atomos. Okay, so I'm going to read that again myself. Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. Okay.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate.
Interesting. There is something in my eye and it's driving me insane. I apologize. Give me a second. I may have made it worse by rubbing my eye, which they always say you do. So this is a mistake. Okay, no, we're good.
Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism.
Okay, so upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. So when it expands the gate, there's a pattern. Pattern we're able to emulate by passing crystal stored ether through a specially designed prism. So kind of like light.
We proceeded to embed
Into a
said prism
into a
into an
rainbow.
arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial atomos.
Arcane simulacrum.
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for.
So wouldn't that mean that for the traversal into the other shards, you could do the exact same thing, but you'd have to find the specific pattern, the ethereal wave pattern that happens for each shard in particular? Wouldn't that be how you have to do it? So if you wanted to go to the first, you would need to figure out what pattern, because the ethereal pattern has to be in theory, you'd need a planar fissure to that reflection, but I think so, yes. Yeah, you would need to find a fissure that already connects there. So of course that that means the problem ultimately ends up being like, how do you find planar fissures to the other shards? Like the first is easy. The first, we already have the crystal tower, which probably has a connection to it already. I don't know how you would make a planar fissure without knowing its pattern. At that point, you could already travel there. Although, to be fair, it's not very clear how they found... You know what? Actually, I think I just realized another plot hole in Final Fantasy XIV's story. In the original timeline, all of us die to the poison created by Garlemald, which sent the world into chaos. Not even Garlemald could take over, which ended up killing a bunch of people and also turned the first into pure light in the original timeline, and then absorbed it back into the world, into the source. So upon this, the Crystal Exarch and a bunch of other people decided that there was a way to fix it. So they sent the Exarch to the first, but 100 years before he was supposed to be there, but that ended up working out in his favor, so we had time to set up for when we got there. But do you realize what I just said? In Shadowbringers, when we go to the first, we learn about the convergence after we go to the first. Emmett Selk teaches us about how the convergence works after we go to the first. There is no research, no evidence, not a single person in the original timeline knew about that except for the Ascians. So how we knew that the reflections existed? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Everyone already knew the reflections existed, but we didn't know that the reflections were the reason, or were one of the, we didn't know that those were the things we needed to stop. We did not know that in Stormblood. We did not know that at all. And yet, somehow, some way, the people of the Source in the original timeline figured out that that was the problem and sent the Crystal Exarch there? How? How did they figure that out? Don't get me wrong, I know that Sid was involved, and so was his crew in the making of the tower being able to time travel and rift travel. The time travel part makes sense. I understand they went to go back in time to stop this, but how did they know to go to the first? Because we didn't know how the convergence worked or what the Ascians were doing until after we went to the first. But we only went to the first because the time travel rift travel happened. Because in the original timeline, that didn't happen, meaning they never learned about the convergences of the shards into the Source at all. So why did they go to the first? I'm not trying to tear apart the story, but that's a huge plot hole that I just realized. Crystal Tower might have just been able to show that bit of a stretch. Yeah, that's definitely a stretch. I don't know. Plot holes happen in stories all the time. I mean, you know, you're able to, you know, sometimes they get covered up. You are reaching, because I'm not trying to like rip apart the story or anything, or like be a jerk and argue this right now. I'm just like thinking about it because it's kind of funny to me. But the Exarch only got woken up by Sid and his team, and they only went to the Crystal Tower because they knew it had enough ethereal power that it might be able to do what they wanted to do, which was just time travel and I guess rift travel for some reason. And they only did that because they read the Heaven's Word books from Horshafont's dad, who I don't remember his name. But they read those books, the accounts of the Heaven's Word, the Dragon Song War, and they were like, this hero is great. We need to figure out a way to save their life. And so they decided that to save their life, they needed to time travel. But the rift travel part, I don't know how they figured that out. That they needed to do that. I mean, it was the right thing to do. Because it would have made more sense if he had accidentally traveled to the first and accidentally time traveled. But he said that he only accidentally traveled 100 years more than they meant to. I don't know. I never thought about that before until she just said this. And I was like, wait, how would that have worked? Anyway, just barring that huge plot hole, what we were discussing before is in terms of the planar fissures, the idea would be if you were to be able to go to the Crystal Tower, which now has a connection with the other Crystal Tower from the other timeline, and use that and study that sequence, you could supposedly, using both a bunch of ether and a prism designed to recreate that wave through a simulacrum, I guess, you could make your own planar fissure to the first. Whether or not that planar fissure would be safe to travel through is kind of still up to debate, because so far we've been saying that the void gates are mostly really like, well, we know that in the past during the Allegan, like the whole Allegan conflict, that the fissures were big enough for things to come through, but they were void sent. I don't know about like a regular person. You know, we know that the Exarch pulled us through, pulled their souls through, so their souls are fine. And then when he pulled us through, it was through a spell, which is safe. But if we're just making a random fissure, who's not to say it's going to work like a black hole and crush you into spaghetti? You know what I mean? We don't know. We know that a big old dragon went through, but they, of course, were fine. And I don't know. Well, let's just continue on, get some more answers, so I have more lore to play with here.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves.
Well, it's not like you read the whole book.
Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Are we allowed to take the book with us? That seems like a misuse of power. This seems like a very poorly battened down area. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomus, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hainish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded, for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the Forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thapnir and look for her at the Great Work. Alrighty. Thanks, little boy. Little buddy. You're not a little boy, are you? I don't know why I called you a little boy. Thanks, little boy. Yeah, what a strange name to name your child. Index page. Oh, right, Nidana. I remember Nidana a little bit. Not super well, but I remember a little bit. Maybe I should revisit the cutscenes. Maybe they did mention why they knew to travel the rift. And I just don't remember it. It would probably... The only spot you would be able to learn this information is in the flashback that you see when he tells Urianger the truth. Yeah. Because he told Urianger the truth in the tower. Yeah, that flashback in particular is when he talks about how he got here and all that. So that specific cutscene would be the only place you'd be able to double check to see if they explain it. Otherwise, I don't think they ever really talk about the original timeline outside of that. At least not too much. Stola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. That is true. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Daemir! I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenor's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read! I love Nidana. She's hilarious. To think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new Monk Atomos? I say yes! 1,000 times yes! Work on the Daemir project that has even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan dribbling in the sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rifts spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help attaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the font of Maya. Ascetic. I've never heard of this word before. The ascetics of old once favored... I didn't look at the definition. I just looked up how to pronounce it. Hold on one second. Let me look at the definition. A person who practices severe self-discipline and abstention. Asceticism is a lifestyle characterized by abstinence from sensual pleasures, often for the purpose of pursuing spiritual goals. Fascinating. Oh man, that person's starved. Sheesh, I did not want to see that. The dude's been meditating for 1,000,000 years. So, someone posted the full SpongeBob movie onto Twitter. All hour and 26 minutes of it, in case anyone wanted to watch.
Let's hear about their family.
I got a wife and 2 beautiful children.
That's what it's all about. I want you to do me a favor, Phil.
What?
Say cheese.
Why did someone put that on Twitter? I love it so much. Anyway. Can't show it. Alright. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. I assume this is another dungeon I need to hit up. Alrighty. I can just fly over there. Right? Dungeon number 2, question mark? As fascinating as a lore dump as this is, I do wish it would be giving me a bit more to do in the midst of all this. Look at those gorillas. Just vibing. What do they call them this game? Oh, Ufiti. Ufiti. Hanuman Linga. I guess this is not another dungeon. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I shouldn't use a ticket for that one. Just gotta save that for the 1,000 gil ones. Do you have that flask for me? I do indeed. Miss Stola. Get it? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Mo Metal. 560. I don't know. I don't know. What did I need on this one? Let's go see. Look who I came across. I'm doing her accent, aren't I? Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of a diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once Stola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akayali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? Dude, I wish I was one of those guys that could do a woman's voice. You know how valuable I would be as a voice actor if I could just, like, do it all? If you don't know who I'm talking about, because there's not many, look up Nat, N-A-T-T, and Valorant. They play Valorant. They're not a voice actor, as far as I'm aware. But Nat on Valorant can do a girl voice that is so ridiculously good, it's insane. Now, I don't know if they can do more than the one accent, but it's impressive, man. But he does mostly, like, voice trolling. And it's not a modulator. Because if it is, he's manipulating it, like, with immense skill. Because he does this thing called vocal progression, where he does, like a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It'll, like, drop his voice down through it. Ship is yours to command. Ah, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadar's legacy. To see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault? Sure. Ah, this looks like it might be voiced. Thank goodness. I don't like...
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
Or even good and misguided intentions. Such as us right now. I'm feeling like this is not going to end well.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Put it on, cut your hand, stick it into the void. Let me send a familiar.
Very good. I see you've been paying attention.
Aha!
As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences.
Yeah, their lives mean nothing.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
Is this the scene that I've seen? I've seen one clip from
I
the
mislike the
patches.
sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
One that embarrasses her.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
This is the one that I've seen. I've seen this specific clip.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
Aww.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
How cute. And
In
hilarious.
any case, these two should serve as well.
I'm definitely making fun of her about this later.
This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
He was still in shock.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
You're so easy to make fun of these days.
Let us begin,
None of your
shall we?
threats prove to fruition. You're like Wednesday Addams. Like, you do mean it, but you'd still never do it.
Nixies, into the void.
Chillin'. I have a death wish. Yeah, no, I do. But it's the same concept, like Wednesday Addams, and Wednesday Addams in like most continuities. I guess most of the Addams family are like the prime examples of like someone threatening you and then not doing it, and it's Yashtola's another one. I don't know what that's called.
I think we've waited
It's not like
long enough.
Tsundere or whatever the heck it is. Because that's the character who's in love with you but denies it. Or in love with the protag, I guess. Well, I guess they don't have to be in love with the protag. In love with whoever, and they just deny it. But I don't know what like a word would be for someone who is constantly threatening you if you like banter with them, but they never actually do it. You know what I mean?
Nixies, return to my side.
Aw, that's actually kind of sad. And disturbing.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
I got a little closer comfort there, I would say.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Yeah.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives.
Thank goodness, give me this lore. I don't know why the Void in the 13th fascinates me so much.
Is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Unakalhai?
Unakalhai.
The unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus.
Wait, are people forced to do the Warring Triad now that they've done this patch like they did with the Crystal Tower? Are you forced to do the Warring Triad? Genuine question. Because Crystal Tower, you were not... It was not mandatory until Shadowbringers came out. You don't know. I guess none of us would. Unless we were to play with a new player. There's one person that might have experienced it. Because what Warring Triad was Heaven's Word, wasn't it? Dude, it's crazy we're referencing Anuka High.
The champions of that ill-fated world use the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
You think they're still optional? Huh. Wait, Nikolai, are you a mod? Oh no, that's just a prime. Okay. Wait, did you give me a prime sub? Or do I just see that you have prime? It's not very clear at all. I don't know. See that they're prime. It's weird. I don't remember.
I can
Noah
picture
very
it
well.
now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way.
She's gonna die in patch 7. But that line?
But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Once Nindana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. Alright. Bye-bye. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall I proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks, baby. Mr. Sid himself. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation Rolga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Rolga's Reach, Girabania. Giraban. Yeah, they just dragged me over here. I don't have to teleport or anything. How kind of them. More metal? What brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Thanks, kid. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. I don't remember what I was doing for his voice before. Sid Garland. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. Oh, Nero. Oh my god. Oh, I just had a brain blast. Oh my god, Nero. Dude. What happened to him again? Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Holy mother of goodness. He got purified. He was in Stormblood. Shadowbringers. Tracked down, recruited to assist. Ironworks. Developed a cure. Tempering. Nero traveled to Garlemald to investigate the Tower of Babel. Cool. I know it's very risky to look up information, but I thought Nero was the one who died doing the Warring Triads, but that was a different guy. Who died during the Warring Triads? That was another Garlean. Another, like, general or something. But I don't remember his name anymore. I'm hungry and it's 4 o'clock, which is my dinner time. So I'll finish this dialogue and then I'm gonna go get food. If anyone can tell me who the other person was, that the other Garlean that died during the Warring Triads, because he was up on Aziz's Law with us, and they were like trying to get like the weapons, and then like he died during one of the primal fights, or right before a primal fight. I forget which one. It was like the second or third one. We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. Would construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled the data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands, while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Regula Hydrus. Right, Regula Van Hydrus, major antagonist in Heaven's Word. The Scions arrive on Azizla to defeat Zervan, the final remaining member of the Warring Triad. Regula approaches them and offers to join them in an alliance. Having decided that the elegant technology used to bind primals is flawed and thus unworthy to obtain for his emperor. He now seeks to destroy Zervan. Together with the Silence, he ventures into Containment Bay, Z-129, where his troops are already battling Zervan's awakened thralls. Regula rushes to protect a vulnerable Unukulai. Hey, Nikolai, that's close to your name. Spelled very differently. Pronunciation's kind of hard to for me to do because I keep trying to say your name. But is mortally wounded by Zervan. With his dying words, he implores the Warrior of Light to continue to protect the world from primals and encourages Anukalai to use his powers to do the same. After Zervan's defeat, Regula's men prepare to bear his body back to Garlemald, while the Scions are left to acknowledge that courage and sacrifice exist even among their enemies. Dude, I remember this guy so well for some reason. I couldn't tell you why, but I just do. I just couldn't remember how he died. What the... Hold on, I just got a charge on my bank. I need to check real quick. It just said like $10 at DD. Is that DoorDash? Yep, okay. That is most likely the Dash Pass, if I had to guess. Okay. I love seeing how many graphic designers follow me. Because they keep attempting to try and convince me to buy their stuff. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nadonna is getting along with the mock Atomus. Atomus! Alright, I'm gonna get food. BRB, everybody! I need to get like I need to make a be right back screen for like one for bathroom. I can make one be right back screen with different text boxes. It's like bathroom, food, emergency, whatever it is. I can make this. Bad news to impart. I don't have any food in the house. I haven't made a grocery run in like 2 weeks. So, out of like toiletries. Outside of toiletries. So, all I have is cereal. That doesn't sound like a good dinner to me. So I'm hitting the Cosmic Trail on this one. Thus, the stream will be delayed a little bit longer than expected. Apologies, my adoring public. But I must away. I do think that I should. I don't know. Let's see, what time is it? 4:18. I would expect my return upon when the potentially I'm gonna say 5:30 at the crazy latest, but hopefully it'll be like 5 o'clock, maybe even earlier. Anyway, bye. You know what? Actually, I will. I will do this. 1 second. I'll do this because I can. All right, cool. Alrighty. Excuse me. I got myself canes. And I'm earlier than 5 o'clock. Cane's just down the road, so it wasn't as long as a trip as I was expecting it to be. There you go. I almost forgot that was there, which would have been really awkward for the rest of the stream. I'll let that be. Why not? Eating might mess up my voices, though. So let's see how this goes.
Ah, Estola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful. Some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. Trap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan. You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Dude, I love Estinian, man. I love all the characters in this game. They're so heartfelt. We need to prepare for what could be on the other side, though.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
You surprised me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. Any other form of silence we should call upon? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Magaduta. Ugh. Sorry about the sneeze. I don't know if that was loud or not. Probably. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. Good lord. One of the reasons to not eat fast food and drink soda is this. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azjaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Excuse me. Yeah, don't we have to worry about time dilation difference? I mean, we would have to worry about the time difference. Like, no. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidonna. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. Rip the Radiant Host. You know what this means to me, Moemetal, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed into another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Part of me kind of wants to relive Heavensward. I wish this game was more, like, replayable, but kind of isn't. You know? It's kind of like... Replaying it is just a nightmare. Oop. Was this the end of 6.2? I'll be honest. I forgot what voices I gave to each of the elements. So... Good luck here. Is this the night again? Is this somebody different? This doesn't look like the night.
Unless I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Oh, I was like, are those stars? It's just my dusty screen. That's hilarious. Bow, now, now. Wait. Well, anyway. I won't bring that up until... I'll bring that up later. Ah, excellent timing, Moormetal. Just a moment ago I received words from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the great work. Let us head there at once. Very well, Varshan. Very well. There you are, Moormetal. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial atomos. Though we've yet to put it to the proof, its ether is practically identical to that of the original, a truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Radz-at-Han. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she is not here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Did someone say warding scales? Because it just so happens we have them. Right on cue. 'Tis good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. 'Twas my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. The scales will last a good 10 years in the void, with nary a hint of degradation. As the ones... they're Irish, aren't they? Yeah, not trying. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well. They'll keep you safe. I don't know how to do that. I just don't know how to do it. What enough bragging? Here are the scales. It's the best I can give you. I think that was Scottish. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you.
Don't mention it. Minigod Solmer came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children.
Thank you.
Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure.
Wait! Donna, is aught the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? You would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I require a moment. Is it fighting gear or an older simulacrum so he can fight even better? Both? This man's going to come back with a full outfit change.
Certainly taking his time. What sort of grand present could take so long to receive?
One that he has to change it to.
The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that godforsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you of all people ought to know that, eh?
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
Someone in a different outfit. Is he older? He is! Oh my lord.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
There is no to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use.
Rashawn just grew like
Again,
10-something
I
years.
ask that you watch
Like
over Radzatan
an
in
hour.
my absence. The dangers we go to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Voidsent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass. So, think only of your mission, Varshan. Ah, but seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Nay, Vashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, He joined us on our foray into Alzadal's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loporrits. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault.
Oh boy. What have they done?
As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger.
Is that one of the...
Aye, the crystal, which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Heidelin's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
The Satrap and your fellows have already departed for the vault. Are you ready to set forth?
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Alzadal III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Go. Absorb the Void Gate. It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ashdaya.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Ashdaya. The Fell Court of Troya. Ah, sick. We're back here again. Yeah, probably not as peaceful of a landing this time. Oh, but we're in a building. It's a bit more constructed than I expected. Is that taking energy from Destiny 2 over there? Fascinating. Quite literally a twisted place, the Void. Stay focused. Void Synth could be anywhere. Like right there. Yeah, who's tanking? Yeah, hit those up.
This will hurt.
Out of my way!
Alien scavengers.
Out of my way! Down with you!
I will end this farce.
Out of my way!
I will end this farce. I will end this farce. I will end this farce.
Alrighty. It's just not perfect, but it's going pretty well. Just gotta deal with Beatrice here. Name's Beatrice, you know what I'm saying? Oh, never mind. That would deal with evil dreamers, supposedly. I guess I won't wait for my cooldown.
of my way!
I will not hold back.
No mercy!
I will end this farce.
I am of the first brood! I am of the first brood!
I will end this farce. I will end this farce. I will end this farce. I will not hold back.
I got hit by that anyway. Oh, I did. Very
I will
nice.
end this farce.
So let's press on. Treasure coffer. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. This went from cool to awesome very fast. My sisters. That must be the castle proper. Not too shabby. Uh-oh. We got some big boys. As good in the castle as any I've seen. If the mistress is here, we must repay her earlier kindness. Decent. No fights in this room. Ah. Ooh, a painting of a person who used to live here. The lady before she was turned. Very fascinating. Meeting room or dinner table? Just looking around for lore.
Out of my way!
Ooh, oh, this castle's so cool. I'm really liking the designs. Although, I mean, like, it's giving lore to this place. Like, I don't think they built any of this. I think they just like have taken up residence here as corrupted creatures. Like, these people have to be. They used to be people. Like, these may have been people. These statues could be transformed people because they're in really strange positions.
My hand.
You know. So I figure out.
Out of my way!
This will hurt.
Is it finally time? Do we fight Beatrice? The woman in the painting, do you suppose? Aye, I suspect it's the mistress in bygone days. Oh, we gotta wait. We gotta wait, peeps. My timer's at 40. Ugh. So far, great dungeon. This is really cool. I'm very much enjoying this. Music's been cool. The general atmosphere, the fights. Like I'm feeling pretty good about it. I don't know where my mouse is over there. Dude, I forgot about Limit Break. Surprise, surprise. I sense potent magics from half care. Really looking at the timer's good. I already have a naughty. There's no way to clear that, is there? Which one does, I can't remember which... Hold on. Okay, it opens the solar, so I have a solar up. So I've done... I guess I just pretend like I've done my opener, I suppose, and start at a Raptor GCD. So it makes the most sense to me. So then I would be starting at an odd ROF window, which is not normal. Okay. Yeah, I'll just... start at the odd ROF window, which is strange, but oh well. Best way to go about this. So I already have a solar open. Oh no, I can't, because I would actually I should have both open. Ah, shoot. Maybe I just do my opener, but with Phantom Rush. But that screws up my odd ROF and even ROF window. I don't think it would ever fix itself. It would just be wrong the entire time. So I need a better fix. Because if I do my opener, I'm going to get Phantom Rush for where Phoenix... Rising Phoenix, where... Because my opener does Elixir Field first, which I didn't notice. Which means I would get the Lunar, and then I would have my next set of... the next set of Beast Chakra would activate Phantom Rush, where Rising Phoenix is. Which, and I'm supposed to get Phantom Rush on the odd ROF window. Which means I would probably need to redo my opener. Which I kind of can't. But I have to use Elixir Field first. There's no way around that. So... start at the even ROF? Get Elixir Field. Do my rotation. Okay. We're gonna start at a really weird spot. Alright. We're gonna have to start in the even ROF window halfway down it. And then we're gonna go into my rotation window back into the odd ROF window. Even though I hadn't... I know I don't need to go into rotation. I don't need to. I would just immediately go into odd. So we're starting halfway into the even, but we're going into the odd window immediately after we do it. That's the best way this is happening. That's the only way this can work. So our opener... Okay, here's how we're going. Our opener is Twin Snakes, Demolish. Then we... do then we're gonna have to do Dragon Kick, Boot Shine, Burst Window with Perfect Balance into Elixir Field. Then we reset Twin Snakes, Demolish, and then we do another Boot Shine or Dragon Kick depending on duration, and then we'll go into our Odd ROF window after that, which will actually end up using Riddle of Fire during that. That is the best way to be able to pull this off, which will reset the entire thing. But it also means... Yep. Alright, time for this weird, stupid BS I put myself into. Here we go. Let's do this. Go in, bully. We have to do a Twin Snakes and to a Demolish, which means we need to go into a Boot Shine, Perfect Balance. Then we go into this funny haha little burst window, which means we get Elixir Field. And then we immediately reset by doing another Twin Snakes and a Demolish. And then we're gonna have to reset into this absolute and utter nonsense. Oh, I misunderstood this. Okay, you know what? That fixes all of our problems. I don't have to worry about crafting the perfect... Hey, I gotta say though, I feel like a giga genius for figuring out what I needed to do to fix my rotation. Because it was correct. My workaround was perfect. That means I'm becoming a master at this. I feel very smart. A little self-praise, a little self-hype up, you know. Gotta give that to yourself every once in a while. Congratulations, Wolf Queen, on your level 50. Actually, there. It was bothering me that my camera was covering up Light Party a little bit, so I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. Foremost isn't even the boss, which is kind of the crazy part. Oh, I missed that treasure coffer. Well, I'm glad I went back anyway. What the... Completely did not see that. Cool. Is that for me? That's still not for me. I got a single item these past 2 dungeons for Monk. But I have gotten them for 3 different groups that I don't play. Whatever. Alright, now I can do my window like normal. Goodness. I messed it up for that. I really gotta practice this another time. I'm goobering out here, man. Being an absolute fool. Interesting. Condition of weather is vacuity. Another word I don't know. Hold on. I'm looking that up too. Lack of thought or intelligence. Empty-headedness. Cool. Never heard of that word before. I've learned 2 words. Aesthetics. Not aesthetics. Not A-S-T-H-E-I-C-S. I learned A-S-C-E-I-T-C-S. I know. A-S-C-E-T-I-C-S. Aesthetics. Did I even spell aesthetics right? A-S-T-H-E-I-T-I-C-S. Right. Oh, these glow? Cool. Got some cool weapons. I'm telling you, dude. Tonfas or nothing on my fists at all are the only way to go. Alright.
am of the first brood.
You underestimate me!
I will not hold back.
All or nothing!
Oh. Oh. They messed that up somehow.
There was no...
So anyway, dude, things get confusing when you have to start doing. I can't even finish my opener half the time. It's very confusing very fast. Once I start to move it, or start having to move around. Pilgrim's Ascent.
You underestimate me!
I will end this farce. I will end this farce. Away with you.
Beautiful. And this map is also beautiful. Like, holy crap. It's very cool. Not the butlers.
Out of my way!
Materia.
I will end this farce.
You're mine! This will hurt.
I will end this farce.
This will hurt.
I will not hold back.
She is scared. Unfortunately, lady, I'm eating you. I mean, what?
So the gate did open again and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Oh.
I am Scarmilione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Four. Such pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Archmage of Earth. Golbez's Circle of Four. I'm assuming that's the elements we saw earlier. Seems pretty obvious. But you never know. Well, this should be interesting. Is everybody ready? Okay, fire.
You forced my hand. It's mine!
I don't remember.
Breathe deep of your death.
I will not hold back.
Whoopsie daisies. I made it right there. I died? Whoops! I think I was I standing in something else I didn't see? Well, that is on me. At first I walked into that orange circle that I thought had already landed when it very clearly hadn't. I just got tricked by paying attention to all the other ones. Instead of the one right in front of me. This feels like Smash Brothers. Doesn't it? That's like Smash Brothers. Whoopsie daisies. I am.
This will hurt. Breathe deep of your death.
Revolution on accident, which is okay. Whatever, we move on.
Thirst for blood.
Yeah, bro? Yeah, bro?
I am on the first brood.
I will not hold back.
What you doing, buddy?
Me, my minions.
power he's gotten.
I give you a taste of true despair. Stubborn mortals.
I will not hold back.
No mercy.
Come, fill your lungs.
All or nothing! Time to end this! I am of the first brood.
I will not hold back.
No, I will not be defeated by you!
Oh, that's frustrating. Oh my god, I don't think I even died. I think I just got kicked out of the map or something. I don't even know. I'm so mad. I'm so mad, dude. Right, I have not paid attention to his signal at all for when he's doing the burst. I just was not looking. I have 30 minutes to beat this boss.
That is mine! Breathe deep of your death. I am of the first brood. You must die.
You're mine. Saw it. I just saw the it all came together.
My blade thirsts for blood.
I will end this farce.
All or nothing!
Protect me, my minions.
All or nothing!
I will not hold back.
This will hurt.
I give you taste true despair. Stubborn mortal. Come, fill your lungs.
There is nothing. I will not hold back. I will not hold back. I will not hold back.
All or nothing!
No, I will not be defeated by you! Out of my way!
What? How? How did I die? I actually don't understand. We all took stacks of brain rot. I only took the one. I'm assuming it's because I stood in the purple underneath the knockback. It's the only thing I could think of. Which sucks. Gosh darn it, dude. That was going so well that entire time. Up until that point. It's a little disheartening, if anything. But what can you do, you know?
Breathe deep of your death. You must stop.
Oh, get up, get up, get up.
My blade thirsts for blood. Out of my way! No mercy! Protect me, my minion!
I will end this farce.
No
I will
mercy!
not hold back.
I give you a taste through despair! Stubborn mortals!
I will not hold back.
Come, fill your lungs.
underestimate me!
I figured everything out. He's doing something to the walls. He can't stand in the purple. And the knockback actually comes after the purple. Which, I guess, in my memory was not how it was playing out until I finally entered the zone. I still need to practice and study my rotation more, but, like, I'm getting pretty close to having it down. The only problem is the matter of, like, maintaining a proper rotation against any, you know, future baddies. Man, this game is not liking me right now with the gear. That's crazy. Game does not want to give me any good gear. Hit me with that cutscene, baby. What's the cutscene? With cutscene.
This Scarmalione, he knew the gate had opened.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume a fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others. Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
There is much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways. Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so experienced with us. I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
This castle should serve as a base of operations for now. Ere we set our sights elsewhere, let's see what there is to learn here. From this point onward, you will not encounter Aetherites for a while. Should you leave Troya Castle, you may return here via Weaver's Ward. Additionally, you may now enter the Fell Courts of Troya with a party of NPC avatars. Make use of this feature, open the Trust interface. Well, this is interesting to have to have the castle as our base of operations. I can't even see anything in the distance. What happens if I could try to talk to these things? Are they just random enemies?
You look tastier every time you walk by. But I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you.
Alright, buddy.
Ah, my mistress. Why must I do to bask in your sublime gaze once more?
Without a master to rule us, it won't be long before we start preying on one another. And the weak are the first to be devoured. I must find someone strong to serve, and quickly. Interesting. Alright, well... I do believe we'll call it here. I think sometime after this month, we will, or I will, be editing my Endwalker recordings. I found out there's an export to YouTube, so I'm going to link my YouTube, and I'm going to export the full streams to a VOD channel. And then I'm going to get Premiere. I'll have to cancel some subscriptions. It's one of the reasons I said I'm going to wait till next month. But some of my subscriptions are going to be canceled from here on forth to a lot of things that I'm not using. I think the only one I'm going to end up keeping is probably my gym membership, which I need to get back onto. I have been kind of off it for about a month and a half, which is a little too long. I need to, which is a less amount of time than it was before. Before it was like several months that I hadn't used it, so we're getting better and better. But I need to get back on top of that, and the general goal is I'm going to be putting out hopefully a video a week, and I'm canceling those subscriptions so I can get Premiere Pro. I want to practice my Premiere Pro editing. For a multitude of reasons, one of which being the ability to present myself as an editor to other people, potentially for jobs, which would be very nice. So that is one aspect. That's one thing I want to be trying to do. So look out for that. What else? Well, I guess I should be clear that I'll be editing Endwalker to this point. So the quality is not going to be super great because my streaming quality is not super great. So that's the unfortunate part of it all. But the idea of cutting a ridiculous amount of footage down to a small portion is where my goal resides, right? So that's what I'm aiming for. And hopefully that'll also bring my viewers to my channel, because clips will help a lot. Not only do I want a community to talk to, it'll make my streams more entertaining, potentially give me money, but also it's going to help my editing skills, because I'll have a lot of people clipping things for me. That's the thing that I really need to happen more often. So anyway, we will be getting on that around January, hopefully. And so yeah, VOD channel, edited clips channel. It's probably how it's going to go. It'll be a mixture of Final Fantasy, Overwatch, and all those types of things. I also need to learn how to edit shorts. That would help me in any social media management position that I would want to get, is knowing how to edit shorts. Because that's a really big thing for advertising right now. I wanted to get into that, and I need to also put together reels for my voice. So those are the general ideas. I believe that's everything I need to talk about now, other than, oh, actually, no, tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is going to be probably Overwatch, potentially Thursday Overwatch. I don't know. I know that Saturday will for sure be more Final Fantasy. Once the story kind of calms down, there will probably be a lot of off-camera grinding and stuff on Saturdays, and Saturday streams will get shorter. Just because it's not fun to, like, I don't want to think about having to talk and entertain while streaming while also pouring my energy into grinding things, because it's a pain in the butt. And I do plan on having some Lethal Company streams soon. That could be tomorrow, that could be Thursday. I'm also thinking about changing my streaming schedule again, one more time, because I've been experimenting. I felt like 4 days or 5. I felt like 5 days was too much, because I was doing Monday through Thursday and then Saturdays. So I knocked off a Monday, but I'm not really enjoying the days I have chosen, because I have D&D on Fridays now, and now I'm the Dungeon Master. So streaming on Thursdays is kind of rough, because I have to prep, and I can't be doing that hours before my D&D game, because that sucks. So I'm thinking probably we'll have a stream on Thursday, but it'll be shorter. It'll be a shorter stream for sure. So Thursday will probably only be like a couple hours. I'm also thinking of changing my stream schedule time, but that depends on, because I get off of work instead of at noon now, and I get off at 12:30, and I want to go to the gym, which would mean I would be driving there, working out, and then driving here. I made it 2:30 because that made sense, but it might be 30 minutes. It might be 2 o'clock now. Just make it 30 minutes earlier. But I don't know if that'll still be the case. We will have to see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna schedule it all. It's gonna have to be a lot of trial and error for a while before I get it down pat. In the meantime, though, the most notable things to look forward to are tomorrow and Thursday. So tomorrow we will be doing either an Overwatch stream or another one of these streams. Thursday will be a much shorter stream. That one will probably definitely be Overwatch now I think about it. Just a couple hours. And then Saturday we will be doing a longer Final Fantasy story stream. So that'll probably be wrapping up 6.2, because I'm pretty sure I'm not done. I don't even know if I started 6.2 yet. Until that buried memory screen. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then January, we'll start editing. I might not have videos out officially. I'll have VODs on YouTube, but I probably won't have videos out until, I want to say, like, February, maybe March. I need to get into the rhythm of how I want to edit my videos, which might take me a couple of months to figure out. That's the plan. But between working out and editing, I might be too exhausted to do too many other things. So streams could slow down a little bit, or be shorter, at the very least, I should say. But we'll have to see how it goes. Because, I need to find the time. Like, it's weird, because, like, I'm starting to understand why YouTubers have editors. Because some YouTubers, well, streamers, because some of them have jobs, and yet they still stream nearly every day. And then they're putting out videos, and it's like, ooh, bit rough. Anyway, I think that's it. I think that covers everything to talk about. Cool. I guess I should I'm going to make a third channel. I'm going to make 3 channels. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make one channel edited clips, one channel VODs, and the last channel would be like This is down the line, but the last channel is probably going to be stuff like this, where I'm talking about things. Because I've started to notice a trend amongst YouTube where like people don't like cluttered channels. But we'll see. We'll see. See where it goes. Alright, anyway. See you guys tomorrow at 2:30. Maybe a little bit earlier for some Overwatch. Bye-bye.